Chapter 714. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Bam bam bam, the huge ice-spike divine ape's every footstep was like the rumbling of a drum. When it reached the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to roar. The roar shook the wind and clouds, spreading far and wide. Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya were standing far away, chatting, but when they heard the roar, they looked over. This little monkey. Land Spirit of Langya stretched out its left hand, stroking its beard as it laughed heartily. The chi path restriction on it had already decreased from over 10 layers to only 6 layers. It was all thanks to Northern Plains Inkman King's help. Thus, Land Spirit of Langya's left hand could already move freely. Only its right hand was left, it could not move. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the cloud building slowly rising, revealing the cave under the cloud soil foundation. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, gradually covering the ice-spike divine ape. The ice-spike divine ape slowly stepped into the cave, its mountain-like body gradually disappearing from Fang Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building slowly descended, sealing the cave again. The goo worms in the cave were activated as the ice-spike divine ape fell into a deep slumber. Not far away, the other cloud buildings were also experiencing the same situation. It was just that the ones buried in the cloud building's foundation were not ice-spike divine ape, but phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, and other desolate beasts. Ice-spike divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach dragon, iron crown eagle, earth chief desolate beast, I have returned the 8 desolate beasts you lent me to you in perfect condition. Actually, it is beneficial to let them out for a walk every once in a while. I always let them sleep, although it saves food, it affects their battle strength. But it will affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya rolled its eyes. Rascal, you think I can't tell what you are trying to say? You want to borrow my desolate beasts in the future? Help you fight? Humph, these desolate beasts of mine were accumulated with great difficulty, they are Langya Blessed Land's main defensive force. Next time you borrow them, you cannot borrow 8 at once. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly, stretching out his hand. All right, I have returned your desolate beast, according to the agreement, I will return it to you. You should return man as before and landscape as before to me. When the Land Spirit of Langya heard this, his aura immediately dropped, and he smiled embarrassedly. This. Fang boy. Ah no, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before, these 2 immortal goo are truly profound and extraordinary, I have not researched them thoroughly. Why don't you give me a few more days? Fang Yuan's face darkened. Don't even think about it. Give it to me. Brother Fang, no, brother Fang, you can't be so heartless. You have to know that my chi path is sealed, I can't use my full strength, I can't do anything about it. I'm at a huge disadvantage in this transaction. The Land Spirit of Langya cried out. You have to be willing to do business. I'm not forcing you. If you suffer a loss, it's your own business. You want to go back on your word now? Too late. Quickly hand it over, don't forget that we swore using Mountain Pledge goo. And it also involves your friend Immortal Sang. If anyone goes back on their word, they will have to pay with their life. Fang Yuan snickered. Oh Land Spirit, you should return the immortal goo. Immortal Sang hurried over and looked at the Land Spirit of Langya anxiously. The Land Spirit of Langya looked at Immortal Sang, he could not endure the latter's gaze, he stomped his feet and reluctantly returned man as before and landscape as before to Fang Yuan. Brat, you get the better end of the deal every time. I'll give them to you, you sly scoundrel. The Land Spirit of Langya chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure, I got the better end of the deal? How did I get the better end of the deal? I fed all 8 of your dire beasts until they were full. There were no fierce battles. It was just like a warm-up. I saved you some expenses, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Settle the score. What score? Didn't I raise your azure cloud immortal goo as well? In order to buy food, I paid a lot of immortal yuan stones too. If you want to settle the score, let's settle the score and see who paid the most. The land spirit of Lengia stomped his feet and retaliated. Feeding desolate beasts was much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan could not win against the land spirit of Lengia in this aspect, but he knew the weakness of the land spirit of Lengia, thus his aura did not falter. He sneered, "Land spirit of Lengia, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you want to?" The land spirit of Lengia's expression changed. He gave a fawning smile. I want to even in my dreams. Just think about it." Fang Yuan patted the land spirit of Lengia's head. "Is there any meaning in being calculative? Who asked you to be worried about me and keep my azure cloud immortal goo as insurance? Get lost." The land spirit of Lengia pushed Fang Yuan's hand away in anger. "Rascal, you have no respect for your elders. I am your XXX senior." Fang Yuan's eyes widened as he showed the two immortal goo in his hands. The land spirit of Lengia's expression immediately changed. He patted Fang Yuan's leg while chuckling. "Fang Yuan, kid, I have no choice, you are pleasing to my eyes, we are good friends." Mo Tan Sang, who was standing at the side, was speechless as he witnessed this. Fang Yuan placed the two immortal goo into his immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal goo recipes. During the 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already completed 6 transactions with the land spirit of Lengia. The more incomplete the immortal goo recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be expended during the deduction, and the longer the time required. The 3 immortal goo recipes that Fang Yuan handed over were originally only 60% complete. He had spent half a month to barely complete them. The land spirit of Lengia received the immortal goo recipe and took a look, shaking his head and sighing. "Kid, I have to say, you are indeed a genius in deducing goo recipes. It is a pity that you have degenerated into an immortal zombie." Fang Yuan took the opportunity to ask, "I also want to find a way to get rid of my immortal zombie body. Do you not have any methods?" Of course there are a lot of methods, but almost all of them are old methods that cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low chances, some materials have already gone extinct long ago, and some methods that even I am not sure about. The land spirit of Lengia shook his head. "I am a land spirit after all. I do not normally consider the problem of becoming an immortal zombie. Brother Fang might be able to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups are immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of their immortal zombie bodies. Methods to recover life. Moreover, some years ago, I had heard some rumors that there are people in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance who have made a breakthrough in this aspect." "He has made a breakthrough in this aspect?" Mo Tan Sang suggested. Fang Yuan nodded. "I also have such a plan, but it is not good for me to show my face. I destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is not good for me to show my face in public. If I am deduced, that would be terrible. Now that Dongfang Naganori is dead, I am afraid there are no other Gu immortals in Northern Plains who can deduce Brother Fang's background." Mo Tan Sang said. "It's hard to say. There are some 1,000-year-old monsters. Or wisdom path Gu immortals hiding in the dark." Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Kid, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? You can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes. Your wisdom path attainment is already extremely high. You can use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done this before." The land spirit of Lengia said. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How was he a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only borrowing some of the rank 9 wisdom Gu's power to make up for it. He was shameless. At this moment, he could only say this: "My wisdom path methods are extremely focused on deducing Gu recipes. I am much weaker in other aspects. Moreover, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are living witnesses, they have personally experienced the changes in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my appearance has already been interrogated by Qin Baisheng. Speaking of Qin Baisheng, Mo Tan Sang's gaze shone, he could not help but praise, this person is truly amazing. I had thought that he only had outstanding battle strength. But to think that his schemes are also brilliant. He captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, and obtained the essence of the luck path true inheritance. He was about to be exterminated by the alliance of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. But in this month of Northern Plains time, he formed alliances and gave up on his own benefits, persuading Fairy Li Shan to come forward. Using Mountain Pledge Gu, he gathered a large number of lone cultivators, even Yi Lui tribe was persuaded by him. A huge battle was about to break out, but because of his efforts, it was resolved. He even held an auction in his blessed land, specially auctioning the luck path true inheritance's core immortal Gu. Even Ma and Zhao Lianyun became the auction items. After saying this, Mo Tan Sang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. He knew that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langia to borrow a desolate beast, he was present. The land spirit of Langia rejected him with a firm attitude, because desolate beasts were the main defense of Langia blessed land. If Fang Yuan had evil intentions and was in cahoots with the forces that attacked Langia blessed land, the land spirit of Langia would be in danger. But Fang Yuan unexpectedly took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to swear an oath, he completely dispelled the worries of the land spirit of Langia. Next, he used man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu to lure the land spirit of Langia, attacking the weakness of the land spirit of Langia. Earlier, the land spirit of Langia had not hesitated to ask Tai Bai Yunsheng for 5 immortal yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Langia was moved by the 2 immortal Gu, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baisheng knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well versed in both literature and martial arts. He is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly, before changing the topic, asking the land spirit, do you have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu? Fang Yuan had cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, he had not fed it yet, it had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, he needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Langia, but the land spirit did not have the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, not even an incomplete recipe. Thus, this time, Fang Yuan only asked for clues, and did not mention the Gu recipe. The land spirit of Langia shook his head, lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rose up after Giant Sun Immortal. At that time, I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the blessed land. Where would I get any clues? Chapter 7:15. Oh. Since it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan could not help but feel interested. Is this the rumored familiar face? Regarding the immortal killer move, Familiar Face, there were many interesting records in Gu Master history. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Familiar Face to change his appearance and form. He had once used rank 6 cultivation level to deceive a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Deng Zuiyan, making him think that he was his good friend, Wan Cheizhen. In the end, Deng Zuiyan led a wolf into the house, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this chance to steal many of the treasures in the Blessed Land. After the incident, Deng Zuiyan vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a fit of rage, he sought out Wan Cheizhen and fought for 300 rounds. Wan Cheizhen was quite puzzled and tried his best to explain but to no avail. In the end, he took a risk and didn't try to defend himself, allowing Deng Zuiyan to hit him with 3 moves. After 3 moves, Wan Cheizhen was on the verge of death, which finally made Deng Zuiyan believe in their friendship. Filled with regret, Deng Zuoyan treated Wan Chezhen's injuries at all costs. Not long after, they found out the truth and treated thieving heaven demon Venerable as an enemy they had to kill. The 10,000 chariots were severely injured and Deng Zuoyan was about to face the natural disaster and earthly calamity. Unwilling to implicate his good friend, he secretly left. But who could have thought that thieving heaven demon Venerable would use this chance to disguise as him and deceive Deng Zuoyan? He pretended to be sick and extorted countless cultivation resources from Deng Zuoyan. After that, thieving heaven demon Venerable left. Deng Zuoyan lost a great deal of his foundation and died in the heavenly calamity and earthly tribulation not long after. Wan Chezhen was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard that his good friend had died. His body, which was already severely injured and weak, was finally unable to recover from this setback. He died a few days later. This was the greatest achievement of the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, apart from this rich and colorful record, there was no one else. There were countless records of thieving heaven demon Venerable using this move to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, or to disguise as an expert to swindle others, or to transform into a snowman to wreak havoc in Inkman City, resulting in a war between the snowmen and Inkmen. The land spirit of Lengyia glared at Fang Yuan and shook his head repeatedly. Familiar Face? How dare you dream? It was an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude Gu, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. But I have this killer move. It is indeed closely related to Familiar Face, it can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is just enough for you to use. Oh! Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Seeing that he had successfully aroused Fang Yuan's interest. The land spirit of Lengyia chuckled. He continued, this killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you have to do me a favor. Fang Yuan already knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He nodded and said, go ahead. The land spirit of Lengyia revealed his plan. My 12 cloud pavilions are guarded by a wild beast. In the end, they were attacked by Gu immortals of unknown forces, 2 of them died in battle, they were heavily injured afterwards and 1 died of illness. There were only 9 desolate beasts left. I want you to enslave a desolate beast with outstanding combat strength. I will not only give you the corresponding immortal yuan stone according to the market price. Moreover, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Even though the young man gave out some yuan stones and satisfied the appetite of some bandits. But as the number of yuan stones he had increased, it would definitely cause another fight. Thus, Fang Yuan was willing to lower his head and become a subordinate of Crane Gate in name. This way, the young man became a small bandit. Bandits could not plunder as they pleased, they had to follow rules. But rules were only formless restraints, the longer time passed, the greater the benefits, the more powerless they would be. And this young bandit was not as strong as he appeared to be. For Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts, they are only a powerful illusion that I created by borrowing strength from all directions. The Snowy Mountain Alliance with He Lulan had a time limit. Lengyia Blessed Land is facing strong enemies, it is hard to protect itself, the 8 desolate beasts cannot be borrowed at any time. Even though we forced Crane Gate to retreat and established a trade relationship with the 10 great ancient sects, since we have already surfaced, these sects will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not made a move yet because they do not know my background. Once they know my background, they will make a move again. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. If he were to use an analogy to describe the situation. Then when Fang Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a storm with lightning, it was extremely bad, only by risking his life could he have a chance of survival. After Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like dark clouds covering the sky and land, strong winds were blowing. His future was bleak, only by meticulously planning, being careful and haggling over the smallest details, grasping every opportunity, could he climb out of this quagmire step by step. Right now, after Fang Yuan forced Crane Gate to retreat, he started to sell Guts Gu. The situation was like the wind had dissipated, the dark clouds were thinning and a corner of the sky was lifted, revealing the blue sky. There was a trace of light in front of him, but the dark clouds were still rumbling. If he was careless, they would cover the sky and land again, lightning and rain would strike. It was like a person who had just escaped from a quagmire, standing at the edge of a deep pool, barely managing to stabilize himself. If he took a step back, Fang Yuan would fall into the quagmire again. If he wanted to climb out, he would need to struggle with all his might, and also depend on his luck. But if he took a step forward, Fang Yuan would walk more steadily, he would truly be stepping on a wide path. Even if there were thorns along the way, he would not be struggling between life and death like before, struggling at death's door. Every step was dangerous. For the next period of time, I need to use this peaceful period that I have obtained with much difficulty to move forward. I need to accumulate my foundation and raise my cultivation level, becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that the surrounding forces will not dare to target me. Fang Yuan thought about it. There were still several problems in front of him. The first problem was the feeding of immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo was the first. Land spirit of Langia and fairy Li Shan did not have any clues about white lotus giant silkworm goo. Even though he bought some from Jewel Yellow Skies at a high price, he could only barely maintain cleansed soul immortal goo and not let it starve to death. To feed cleansed soul immortal goo, he needed over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Even if goo immortals had some collections of these goo, the quantity would be small. Unless Fang Yuan obtained the goo recipe and refined it in large quantities, he would not be able to solve this problem. Looking at the other immortal goo, they also had problems feeding them. Although they had managed to survive the ordeal this time, the next feeding would still be a problem. The six-headed snake's bones had already turned into black blood, supplying calamity beckoning immortal goo. The problem of delight in water and mountain immortal goo's feeding had not been solved yet. It was only because Mo Yao's will had fed it previously that it was delayed. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Even though the former had a large quantity, as long as there was enough immortal yuan stone, it was not hard to buy them. But the latter was also rare in the market. If it wasn't for Tai Bai Yunsheng meeting the shark demon and sacrificing himself to take the risk, he wouldn't have been able to purchase enough. Rising azure cloud goo was in the hands of land spirit of Langia. He could not consider it for now. Connecting cloud immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. According to the situation of the dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms. It could support 3 more feeding sessions. The feeding of a woman's heart was more troublesome. Massacres would attract the attacks of righteous path goo immortals if they were done too often. After all, it was not the 5 regions chaotic war yet. In the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path, order had the upper hand. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal yuan stone now, but feeding immortal goo was not something that could be solved with just immortal yuan stone. Actually, feeding immortal goo was often linked to the goo immortals' blessed land. It was related to the goo immortals' cultivation. Chapter 7:16. For example, a water path goo immortals' blessed land would be a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace goo, the goo immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and others in the blessed land. This way, he could feed immortal goo worldly wave trace with local materials and be self-sufficient. For example, Tai Bai Yunsheng's 2 immortal goo could be used to manage his own blessed land and obtain food from it. He Lolan's Lulan blessed land contained a large amount of heavy gold ores. These heavy gold ores were the food of strength chi immortal goo. But Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Most of their immortal goo were refined from their vital goo and core goo during their immortal ascension. They were of the same path as their own. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were mostly obtained through scheming. Although his vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, he did not have a time path inheritance, he walked the path of strength path. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were very messy, they involved time path, space path, water path, wisdom path and many other paths. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture, whatever he planted would die, he could no longer develop it like a normal blessed land, he could not feed immortal goo easily, and could not produce immortal essence. This caused the burden on immortal Yuan stone to become even heavier. Fang Yuan's immortal essence not only had to be used for transactions, he also had to refine a portion into green grape immortal essence and feed immortal goo. After the intense battle with He Cheng, Fang Yuan's finances almost collapsed, the main reason was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Fang Yuan was his immortal aperture blessed land. His immortal aperture blessed land was dead, his cultivation was stagnant. Blessed lands involved many aspects, they were a huge burden to Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body, only then could he start his goo immortal cultivation. But after getting rid of his immortal zombie body and returning to his human body, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on the light of wisdom. This was another problem. As for the final problem, it was battle strength. Right now, cleansed soul immortal goo was weak from hunger, it could not be used. Fang Yuan's trump card, immortal killer move myriad self, could not be used for the time being. As a result, Fang Yuan's battle prowess declined. Whether it was facing the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent in the future, or the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals, seizing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, or helping the land spirit of Langia capture the desolate beast, obtaining the thieving heaven inheritance of Luo Pa Valley, dealing with fairy Jianghu and seizing dark limit immortal goo, they all needed strong battle strength. The aspect that affects the goo immortals' battle strength. There were 4 main ones. The goo immortal's own battle attainment, immortal goo, killer moves, and immortal essence. Now that he had the guts goo business, he did not lack immortal essence. A goo immortal's battle attainment was a foundation accumulated over time, it could not be raised in a short period of time. As for immortal goo, Blood God's remnant recipe was enough. I can deduce the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, but my current wealth is far from enough to refine an immortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about it. Even if he could refine a blood god, he didn't want to do it. Blood path had already been labeled as a demonic path, even when the 10 great ancient sects researched blood path, they had to do it secretly, not daring to make it public. Moreover, the Celestial Court had Demon Judgment Board, Fang Yuan did not want to become famous so early. Moreover, Fang Yuan had immortal goo. He could barely feed them. The burden of feeding them was too heavy, and he had to add new immortal goo. Fang Yuan himself lacked confidence. Thus, in front of Fang Yuan, the only thing that could raise his battle strength quickly was killer moves. And killer moves included immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. Now that I have enough immortal Yuan stone, I have much more money than before, not only can I buy more and better mortal killer moves, I can also experiment, deduce, and recreate some powerful killer moves from my previous life. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan acted quickly and immediately started. Central Continent. With Feng Jioga at the lead, a group of goo immortals stood in front of a huge wall of light. The wall of light was extremely wide, connecting heaven and earth. The white light condensed into a solid wall. Golden light flickered inside, it was grand and majestic. This was Central Continent's fetal membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The 5 regions of the goo master world, Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains were all covered in a layer of fetal membrane, forming the limit of heaven and earth, isolating each other. Old Oracle, what are the results of your deductions? Kanyang Laojun asked a young goo immortal in the group. The young goo immortal slowly opened his eyes were filled with clouds and mist, they were constantly changing. After a long while, the clouds dispersed, his eyes returned to normal black pupils and white pupils. The young Gu Immortal said with a slightly joyful tone, "All right, this regional wall is rather weak, it is the third weak point we have found these days. But it is much more stable than the first and second weak points. I suggest we use this as a breakthrough point, we can break through the regional wall and enter northern plains." "Ha ha ha, good, we have searched 1,000 locations, we have finally found an ideal weak spot." Old man Tian Long laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of turbid air, sighing, "After searching for so many days, we have finally found a good result, it was not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time, let's begin." Feng Jioga said concisely, "Who will go first?" Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei looked at each other, they stood up together and said, "This time, our Heaven's Envy Manor will be the vanguard." Saying so, they activated the Immortal Killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The core of this killer move was a rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Gu, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu assisting it. The Immortal Killer move expended a lot of Immortal Essence, it also involved one's mind, a single Gu Immortal could not display its power, 2 Gu Immortals were needed to activate it together. When the Immortal Killer move was activated, a green crescent moon was formed. The crescent moon was not big, it was only the size of a water vat, but it was condensed into a solid form, shining brightly like a beautiful work of art. Only the terrifying aura that leaked out occasionally let people know that it was not as harmless as it looked. The surrounding Gu Immortals quickly moved away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. The 2 fairies had gathered enough energy, they shouted together and let out a green crescent moon. The crescent moon flew at an extremely fast speed, the moonlight was gentle, the whole process was silent. The green crescent moon slashed on the Saint regional wall, creating a path of 76 steps. As expected of one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves, creating a path of 76 steps. Amazing! Gu Immortal Chen Zhenqi praised. Feng Jioga took the lead, the other Gu Immortals followed behind, entering the Saint regional wall. Once they stepped into the Saint regional wall, many people's expressions changed, their bodies suddenly became heavy, their thoughts also became sluggish, the immortal apertures in their bodies also started to shake. "Quick, hurry up!" Feng Jioga urged. Everyone walked 74 steps, they could not go any further. In just this short period of time, the Saint regional wall had already recovered, the original 76 steps had already been reduced by 2 steps. Kanyang Laojun stood up, "Next. Let me show my skills." He took out an Immortal Gu, the Immortal Gu was like a half-burnt candle, the tip was burning with a weak candlelight. Kanyang Laojun got close to the candlelight and blew it with his mouth. The candlelight flickered, following the direction of the air current that Kanyang Laojun blew. Countless sparkling specks of light scattered. The specks of light landed on the white gold Saint regional wall, the regional wall melted like snow, quickly forming a path of 63 steps. Everyone quickly moved forward, old man Tian Long also stood up and activated an Immortal Gu, creating a path of 67 steps. Like this, the Gu Immortals took turns to work. They either activated Immortal Gu or used Immortal Killer moves. They created a path and went deep into the Saint regional wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies, it even turned into a huge force that dragged them backwards, as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds were also becoming slower, this made it extremely difficult for Gu Immortals to activate Immortal Killer moves. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Old Oracle had to use all sorts of methods, even Immortal Killer moves, to reinforce the minds of other Gu Immortals. But even so, Ao Shui and Ling Mei could not use their Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The most crucial thing was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the tremors in their immortal apertures, the ground in the blessed land cracked, rocks rolled down, countless living beings died tragically. These Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects all had outstanding battle strength, they were all famous experts. After walking a few hundred steps, most of their faces were pale, some with weaker cultivation level were even starting to sway. After 1,000 steps, most of the Gu immortals were covered in sweat, some were pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were already supporting each other as they walked. Only Feng Jioge was still walking at the front with his head held high, his expression was normal. Every time he attacked, he used an immortal killer move, creating a passage that was over 100 steps long. After walking about 3,000 steps, the platinum light in front of them was already thinning, and there was a hint of green in it. Old Oracle, you divined well, this is indeed the weakest area of the Saint Regional Wall, we have only walked about 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. After the Saint Regional Wall, we will reach Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's work harder and break through it in one go. Kanyang Laojun was gasping for breath as he tried to boost the morale. The young Gu immortal, Old Oracle, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited, I can only deduce to the Saint Regional Wall. I hope this Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick. About 7 minutes later, the Gu immortals left the Saint Regional Wall and entered the Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was completely different from the Saint Regional Wall. The Gu immortals went in and felt a formless and enormous force pushing them away. The tremors in their immortal apertures were even greater, many Gu immortals felt heartache over the losses. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Old man Tian Long said. Sai, when I was young, I also passed through the regional wall and went to Northern Plains. The whole process only took 5 minutes, it was very easy. Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming sighed deeply. When he passed through the regional wall, he was only a rank 4 Gu master. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the regional wall. Half a day later, this group of people had no choice but to stop. They were in the Licorice Regional Wall, there was green fog everywhere. In the fog, grass grew wildly like a sea of snakes, like strands of hair, constantly twisting and twisting, blocking their advance. The leader, Feng Jioge, was sweating profusely, his lips pale. We can't go on, this Licorice Regional Wall is very sturdy, we need to change direction, even if we have to walk a bit more. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng Jioge's decision. Old Oracle started to deduce. During this period, the regional wall continued to recover, the Gu immortals retreated. This way. Finally, Old Oracle deduced a direction. The Gu immortals changed directions. After a day and night, they finally broke through the Licorice Regional Wall and arrived at Northern Plains. Let's rest for 3 days before we talk about other things. Feng Jioge said weakly. Chapter 7:17. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed, there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master, it was Guiyue Fengzheng. In order to sense Feng Yuan's location and cooperate with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fengzheng was schemed against by Master Tenchiru and lost control of the failed blood demon Flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fengzheng? He Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Feng Yuan's Master Tenchiru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea, Yes Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession, please save Fengzheng. He Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fengzheng, saying softly, his injuries look terrifying, but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything, the sect has many methods to heal him. The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it? Master Tenchiru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fangzheng. In the bottom of Master Tenchiru's heart, Fangzheng's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fangzheng. Fangzheng's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fangzheng's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fangzheng. However, at this moment, in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Guyue's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself? Master Tenchiru sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fangzheng's forehead. Green light flowed out of He Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fangzheng's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fangzheng's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. I have healed all the injuries on his body, and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession. I will give you some time to consider. He Fengyang said. Lord, He Fengyang retracted his hand. The possession method we have is not complete, it originates from northern plains. Right now, my sect's Kanyang Laojun has already followed Feng Jioga into northern plains. He has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully. Give me your answer. Lord, before Master Tenchiru finished speaking, He Fengyang waved his sleeves and disappeared. Who Immortal blessed land, an underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression was uncertain. Guh. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom. He found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable, all sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks. This was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience. It allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe. But now, it seems that my Star Path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions, each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wanxiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Fang Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his Star Fragment Grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm, it could only be bought from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang earned a profit from this. Fang Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed, and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is a mortal Gu, Star Lord Wanxiang had tampered with it, it is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my Star Path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Fang Yuan had a sudden realization. Star Path master level represented the foundation of Star Path, it could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions, and help Fang Yuan get the correct answer faster. Fang Yuan deduced according to the difficulty, since reverse deducing Star Shoot Gu already requires Star Path master level. Then researching a brand new Gu recipe to refine Starlight Firefly Gu will be even harder, should need Star Path Grandmaster level. And modifying Do Min Jun's Star Path inheritance into a brand new Star Path Gu worm that can amplify the entire Star Path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement, and healing, that is even harder. I should need Star Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster level at least. Starlight Firefly Gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate Gu, the more the better. And in Do Min Jun's inheritance, 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, 4 stars Cube Gu, and 5 stars Consecutive Gu, could strengthen the attack of Star Path Gu worms. If this was spread, Star Path Gu would definitely become very popular, and would have a slight influence on all the Gu master paths. Fang Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu and Starlight Firefly Gu's recipes. One was to get rid of Star Lord Wanxiang's control, and another was to obtain more Starlight Firefly Gu to use in Stargates. And raising 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, a series of Star Path Gu's effects could be developed into a brand new Star Path killer move suitable for Fang Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Fang Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his Star Path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He was now a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Refinement Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path Gu Immortals were hated by everyone, because Blood Path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from Blood Path Gu Immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would Blood Path appear. Although Fang Yuan had Blood Deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete Gu recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine Blood Deity Immortal Gu. Moreover, his previous life's Blood Path inheritance had not been completed yet, he could not collect it in advance. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished for a period of time, but now, it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of Strength Path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius Gu Masters and Gu Immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for strength path had disappeared, or were extremely rare. Strength path's prospects were not good, many Gu recipes were lost, and the future was bleak. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose strength path was because it was convenient, it could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later, he became a strength path immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88-point Jianghu Tower. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan and had several strength path immortal Gu, he could rely on these immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Fang Yuan. Blood path and strength path were not enough, flying quasi-grandmaster was only a battle attainment, refinement path was not good at fighting. Fang Yuan's remaining options were enslavement path and transformation path. But enslavement path required beast groups. Especially at the level of Gu immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used, the core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Chapter 7:18. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed, the hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers, a lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue, a light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated, Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before, it was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Fang Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair Gu on the original foundation. Golden lion hair Gu was a rank 5 mortal Gu, it could allow a Gu master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, the black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion, the lion mouth opened wide, revealing Fang Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled in a half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Fang Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before, he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large ball. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Fang Yuan's lion fur armor. Fang Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Fang Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4 half-immortal yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Fang Yuan's hard work. He flew into Danghun Palace. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was activating connecting Heaven Gu, paying close attention to jewel yellow skies. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Master, the other party is still asking for 4 immortal yuan stone, there is no sign of them relenting. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party killed this bat desolate beast and sold its corpse in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had asked for the bat wings earlier, but the other party asked for 4 immortal yuan stone, and their attitude was unyielding, not willing to lower the price. 4 immortal yuan stone was no doubt a bit expensive. Back then, Fang Yuan had only spent 3 immortal yuan stones to buy the entire corpse of the 6-headed snake. According to the normal price, it would be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Gu, using the identity of 8-arm immortal to contact the seller, saying, I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings. But the sellers will shook its head, not selling, at least 4 immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan snorted, Sir is too greedy, your desolate beast wings are damaged, normally they can only be sold for 2.5 immortal yuan stone. If not for the fact that I want to research some new goo and need this material, would not even ask. The seller's will's tone softened, sighing, I have no other choice, I suffered huge losses in hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood has already flowed dry, and I am heavily injured. If I cannot sell it for this price, my finances will collapse, and even my injuries will be delayed. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, how can I believe your one-sided story? 3 immortal yuan stone, are you selling it or not? Fang Yuan said coldly. Not selling. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately retracted his divine sense. A moment later, he ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to ask for the price again, as he showed an attitude as if his patience was about to run out. How about this, I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings. Just say it, are you selling it or not? This time, the seller's will hesitated, but he shook his head, this pair of bat wings is the most valuable part of the desolate beast's corpse. If Sir wants to buy the bat wings alone, my remaining parts will be even harder to sell. If you are sincere, why don't you pay 5 immortal yuan stone to buy this desolate beast's corpse? Little Hu Immortal and Fang Yuan conversed for a while, before answering, I only need the bat wings, why would I need anything else? I've already wasted enough time here. 3 immortal yuan stone is already a lot, I will pay 3 half-immortal yuan stone, this is my bottom line. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken, he muttered, this, can I consider it? The land spirit urged, my patience has a limit, I will give you 5 breaths of time. As time drags on, I might go back on my words. For breaths of time passed, the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He knew that although desolate beast corpses had a huge market, his selling price was indeed too high. Gu immortals were shrewd people, there were too few who would spend money recklessly. Alright, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this bat desolate beast corpse, I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone. Oh. Sir is Immortal Monkey King. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Fang Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged, it would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now, Immortal Monkey King Shirley interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone, the seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal Monkey King, you suddenly came out to disturb us, what is this? Who Immortal Land Spirit was indignant. What settled? Shirley sneered, are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's Gu Immortal, hey, kid, you have made a profit this time, aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's Will was about to nod when Hu Immortal Land Spirit received Fang Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 Immortal Yuan stone. Humph, adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 Immortal Yuan stone. Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Hu Immortal Land Spirit's tone turned gloomy, in that case, I will pay 8 Immortal Yuan stone. 8? Shirley laughed heartily, then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu Immortal Land Spirit continued. That seller's Will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly, good, Hu Immortal, you are indeed a guts Gu dealer, you have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse, I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated, it was very straightforward. Lord Hu Immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's Will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu Immortal. Humph, doing business requires honesty, would my words be false? Hu Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 Immortal Yuan stone, while Fang Yuan obtained the bat desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Fang Yuan checked his wealth again, he had 172 Immortal Yuan stones, and 77 green grape Immortal Essence beads. Up until now, Fang Yuan had already sold 6 batches of Guts Gu, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 Immortal Yuan stones. In these 6 months, Fang Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's Immortal Gu recipe, and obtained over 20 Immortal Yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of Immortal Yuan stones, he obtained green grape Immortal Essence. After using green grape Immortal Essence to reverse Deduce Star Path Gu recipe, he made a breakthrough in Transformation Path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move Hair Armor into Lion Fur Armor, he even improved Light Illusion Bat Wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new Light Illusion Bat Wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this bat desolate beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan had wanted to raise the price of Guts Gu to combat Immortal Sect, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month, he concentrated on dealing with the bat desolate beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings, and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next, he used Fire Path Gu worms and Strength Path Gu worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head, its 4 limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill, the green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Immortal Blessed Land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Fang Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought: now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Immortal Blessed Land first. After my trip to Northern Plains, the beast groups in Immortal Blessed Land have fallen to rock bottom, they are very sparse. I am already selling guts goo, if I carry out the rock men trade, it would be superfluous. Immortal is an enslavement path Immortal, Immortal Blessed Land is a grassland, it is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Immortal Blessed Land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little Immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Immortal Blessed Land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his third test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Fang Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Fang Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Fang Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones, and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Fang Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Fang Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Fang Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation. If his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like worldly wave trace or rising azure cloud. But if Fang Yuan met Plump Lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Fang Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Fang Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put in effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents, and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Fang Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Fang Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was a strength path Gu immortal, he had a strength path immortal body. Worldly wave trace immortal Gu had the law of water path. When Fang Yuan used this immortal Gu, water path and strength path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a fire path Gu immortal used worldly wave trace immortal Gu, their speed would be even slower than Fang Yuan. It was most suitable for water path Gu immortals. Using the same immortal Gu would expend the same amount of immortal essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using worldly wave trace immortal Gu. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal Gu, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to immortal Gu. Using Gu, nurturing Gu, and refining Gu, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if Gu immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 Gu immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago, in Fang Yuan's previous life. One day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Fang Yuan was already a Gu immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Bloodwing Demon sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several Gu immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan and the other immortals sent their own Gu master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Fang Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Fang Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Fang Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Fang Yuan did not know much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the number 1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true Starry Sky heavenly spirit, Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he did not know the conditions for a grotto heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought Strength Chi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Fang Yuan's stone nest, she, Fang Yuan, and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of air sac Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately, she stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Fang Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baisheng. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baisheng to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baisheng and gave up on this cooperation with Fang Yuan. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan, he was affected by death and immortal Gu. He could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Fang Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Fang Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Fang Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times, but did not succeed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Fang Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Fang Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby. Fang Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a goo immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence, they could use mortal goo as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative goo worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed, the situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Fang Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." He Lulan raised her head. "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Fang Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the Starry Sky Spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the Grotto Heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. "I don't have an investigative killer move yet," Fang Yuan said. "Don't you have wisdom path methods?" Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. "I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special, I cannot determine the direction." "Do you have an investigative killer move?" He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. "I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength." Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Fang Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground but it was heavily tilted, the soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam, He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake, rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Fang Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique, it should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious, the place where we came in is precisely this forest. The Strength Path Phantom Giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Feng Yuan. Even with Feng Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem. Because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over Central Continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Feng Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Feng Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life, he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early, the situation was different, he could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The Strength Path Phantom Giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint, its target was He Lulan. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain, its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Feng Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded He Lulan, this is a star-desolate hound, it should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them, it is best to capture them alive, I have other uses for them. He Lulan frowned. Although she had the strength extreme immortal physique, she had several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time, Feng Yuan said, you attack, I will support. Act according to the situation, if we can really capture them, I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to pay you. Alright, it is settled. He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The Strength Path Phantom Giant took large strides. Bam bam bam. It charged towards the Star-Desolate Hound. The Star-Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. He Lulan was not to be outdone, she immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star-Desolate Hound. 2 huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain like gourds. Along the way, they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Feng Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star-Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate, the attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble, dust rose, the giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star-Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Feng Yuan saw the opportunity, his 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang bang bang, amidst the successive explosions, the Star-Desolate Hound angrily barked, its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time, He Lulan had already obtained the crucial information, and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's two hind legs. It fiercely struck. "Ao!" The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, and jumped around in the dense forest. Fang Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Fang Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant, it was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. He Lulan snickered, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the two neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, two female Star Desolate Hounds entered Fang Yuan and He Lulan's vision. Chapter 721. As the three Star Desolate Hounds chased after them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the three desolate beasts. Only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious, and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would be detected immediately. Fang Yuan took the lead, constantly flapping the wings on his back. He flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky, he only flew at a low altitude. He Lulan flew much slower than Fang Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Fang Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart, Fang Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary, I can also reach it. But he is so nimble, his direction is so precise, he can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the three Star Desolate Hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on He Lulan and Fang Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The two stopped on a large tree, and rested. Fang Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees, they were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Fang Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. He Lulan walked up to Fang Yuan and looked around. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Fang Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. Hei Lulan's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, "Your killer move looks pretty good, where did you buy it?" According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Fang Yuan could not deceive Hei Lulan, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But True Solid Bat Wings' killer move was Fang Yuan's usual method, there was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, "This killer move was modified based on the previous killer move, it is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back." Hei Lulan heard this and frowned. She pursued strength, she had no qualms about damaging her image. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our Gu immortal bodies, Dao marks are carved on them, they are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Dao marks, they are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually, aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other, causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Fang Yuan chuckled, "Do you know that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts?" Of course. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, he is the ancestor of Transformation Path. Hei Lulan said. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A Transformation Path Gu Master can transform into a Wind Path bird, a Fire Path tiger, and a Water Path fish. Using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Fang Yuan asked. A Transformation Path Gu Master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast, they will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together, like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks, only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. Hei Lulan said. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, "No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par, their methods are still lacking. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable is different, he devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body, he can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master." Hei Lulan was truly shocked, "That means, you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks?" Fang Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head, "I am only a transformation master, I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects, I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most, this is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level." Hei Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. "Sell this movement killer move to me, I will buy it at a high price." Fang Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty, it was his unique method, how could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. Hei Lulan was slightly disappointed by Fang Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack Immortal Yuan stone now. "Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby?" Hei Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded, "The information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first." He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth. It was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again, she raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up, He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild goo worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down, the starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Fang Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly. Fang Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned, accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals, they did not have high intelligence, they did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom, it flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat, she stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase, it picked up Fang Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack, the diamond bear's teeth were sharp, it easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade-green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth, an intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm, he identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm, using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore, he sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals, to regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth, it involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain, there is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear, it was extremely nutritious, it was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away, He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. It was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. Chapter 722. After half a day, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored almost the entire area. They had seen many desolate beasts, but there were no star demon bats. Your information source is a little unreliable. He Lulan sat on the ground, saying as she healed her injuries. On her left arm, there was a long bloody wound that extended from the back of her hand to her elbow. This was the mark left behind by a desolate beast flying sword rat that He Lulan and Fang Yuan had encountered earlier. The flying sword rat was small in size but extremely fast. If one was not careful, they would be injured by its sharp claws. Even with He Lulan's great strength, true martial physique, strength path immortal extreme physique, and incredible recovery speed, she had to spend a lot of effort to heal this wound. This was because the wound caused by the flying sword rat's claws was filled with metal path Dao marks. It repelled He Lulan's strength path Dao marks and suppressed the recovery ability of the great strength immortal physique. After a long while, He Lulan healed the wound, forming a thin layer of pink flesh cocoon. She came to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground. He raised his index finger that was as sharp as steel and drew the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat mountain rock. There were dozens of green peaks here. Most of the green peaks had a desolate beast guarding them, for example, star desolate hounds, flying sword rats, diamond bears, and others. On the peaks without desolate beasts, there would be large numbers of beast groups, as well as a vast number of goo worms living together. Evidently, 7-Star Child had put in a lot of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That was why there were so many desolate beasts living in this area. But the strange thing was, there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 battle strength. According to common sense, in such a well-managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, there should be ancient desolate beasts. This was only one of the strange things. The second strange thing was, the heavenly spirit had not appeared for a long time. Fang Yuan and He Lulan explored the area. Although they encountered many battles, they managed to escape successfully. Strictly speaking, the two of them were invaders. However, this starry sky-blessed land did not seem to have a spirit presiding over it. The encirclement and suppression that Fang Yuan had expected did not happen at all. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan couldn't find the poisonous swamp no matter how hard he tried. According to the memories of his past life, the area he was currently in was the small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment that he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. In the poisonous swamp near the ancient forest, there was a poisonous gas swamp. Fang Yuan couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the poisonous swamp only formed after hundreds of years? I came here ahead of time, so I couldn't find the poisonous swamp. If that's the case, then my plan to kill the star demon bat will fall through. Fang Yuan stared at the topographic map on the stone. He was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a strong light shooting towards him. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time, seeing that in the green sky, countless stars had appeared at some point in time. These stars were increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. It was like a snowstorm. These are the changes in the weather of a grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stood up with a vigilant gaze. He activated his lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move. She was vigilant. The stars shined brightly, illuminating everything. Beast roars came from the mountains. Some were clear, some were crisp, some were long, some were hoarse. Strong winds blew. The countless stars suddenly gathered at the top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared. A resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. it was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. The structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed, did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was hit by the huge rock fist. It fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white, fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back. It could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries. The punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root. With the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely. Countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead. There were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a Gu immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils. He had a broad back and a thin waist. He wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man. He wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe. He clapped and praised. As expected of immortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. This white-haired man with golden pupils was Combat Immortal Sects Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley's indifferent golden pupils looked at the middle-aged man. 7 star halls have already appeared. Star Lord Wanxiang, why has the 8th star hall not appeared yet? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wanxiang, who had sold goods to Fang Yuan many times. Star Lord Wanxiang laughed heartily. Immortal Monkey King, don't be anxious. For the 8th star hall to appear, we need to kill enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground. Only then can the 8th star hall appear. Although we have already killed 6 desolate beasts, the blood is not thick enough. How many more desolate beasts do we need to kill? Shirley asked impatiently. Star Lord Wanxiang revealed a pondering expression. He thought for a while and said, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years, and my personal deductions, we only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. Humph. You better not lie to me. Shirley's tone was rude and unreasonable. Star Lord Wanxiang lowered his head. I am merely a lone immortal, who would not dare to lie to you, Immortal Monkey King. Every year in Central Continent time, I can only forcefully barge into this star path grotto heaven at this time. Moreover, I can only enter for 2 days each time. After 2 days, the grotto heaven's crack will close and we will not be able to leave. Time is so limited, why would I lie to you? I can't wait to plunder more resources, but a few years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th star hall. That star hall's aura was strict, and ancient desolate beasts guarded the star hall. It must be the core of this grotto heaven, and it's very likely that the heavenly spirit is there. Shirley nodded. He believed Star Lord Wanxiang's words. He and Star Lord Wanxiang had known each other for a period of time. He was familiar with the latter's personality. Sigh, if not for my battle with Song Zixing and expending large amounts of immortal essence, and the blessed land's tribulation before us, I would not have told you such an important secret. I won't tell you this important secret, Star Lord Wanxiang sighed. Shirley's tone relaxed. Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement. You get 80% of the spoils, I get 20%. Also, I will not tell a third person about this secret. In the future, we will come here to explore every year. Currently, only Star Lord Wanxiang had unique methods to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley did not have them. Lord Shirley's reputation is outstanding, I am assured of this. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away. It is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Same rules, when we fight, stand to the side, don't hinder me. Shirley was swift and decisive. As he spoke, he started flying. Star Lord Wanxiang smiled bitterly, quickly following. Fang Yuan and He Lulan carefully entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall did not have any defenses. There was not a single person in the hall. Only 6 large wells were at the center of the hall. All 6 of these wells were brimming with water. The well water had different colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to investigate. They found that the well water and the Star Hall were all ordinary. This was impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of nowhere? How could ordinary well water have different colors, and even emit a faint light? The only explanation was that this Star Hall and the 6 wells were the changes in the grotto heaven's weather. Only like this, if the mortal goo in He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hands were not high enough, they would not be able to investigate anything. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color. He Lulan observed for a while, and could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky, there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Fang Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal goo and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. Chapter 723. The well water quickly calmed down. There were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between goo worms and goo masters was greatly related to distance. The further the goo worm was from the goo master, the weaker the connection. When a goo master uses a goo worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders, they might miss out on 9, and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of goo worms that had a very long distance connection, and could be used casually from a long distance. Some goo worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Fang Yuan's connection with the mortal goo was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Fang Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart, and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, and in his vision, the ceiling of the Star Hall gradually became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the Star Hall, and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal goo that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings, and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm, they flew towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain. Merely rank 2 star arrow goo, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild goo worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect. How could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time. Watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star Lord Wanxiang quietly watched the battle and saw this scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight, he didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star Lord Wanxiang cherished his time, he had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched, it became ferocious, it did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The 2 giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome. Not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries. It pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy. It fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air. It flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground. Rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. It did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power. They pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body. It directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly. Thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Goo immortal who cultivated Transformation Path, he had been famous for many years. He was an experienced Goo immortal. He was proficient in many paths. He had a complete set of defensive methods against goo worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wang De. At the side, Star Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly. Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle. The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. Good, interesting. Shirley cheered, his fighting spirit surged. Disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses. In terms of physical combat, how could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he lost, the more he fought. The eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star Lord Wanxiang grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling grey cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star Lord Wanxiang had once asked. Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them. It was to truly experience the joy of battle. Only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict. He was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again. Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time, the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. Whoosh! The star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood. Its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path, or dark path goo worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times, and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path Dao marks. they could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence, it was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal goo on its body, although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend, its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron crown eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock, the star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron crown eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron crown eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star Lord Wuxia had said, a formless force was activated. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star Lord Wuxia said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star Lord Wuxia waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7th star hall disappears, the 8th star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wuxia. Lord Shir, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star Lord Wuxia chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star Lord Wuxia to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8th star hall, he did not want to see Star Lord Wuxia prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wanxiang didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would open a crack and allow Gu Immortals to enter. Each time, the Gu Immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in Central Continent time. The Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star Lord Wanxiang the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star Lord Wanxiang, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star Lord Wanxiang smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious, I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off, I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness, "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8th star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. "This is another star hall." Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. "We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages." The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall, there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and white. There was 1 less purple color and 1 more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. "What did you think of?" He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice, "If I am not wrong, this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the Star Hall." He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. "This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I am not wrong, there is another piece of evidence, the sky. When we leave the Star Hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is 1 less purple star silhouette and 1 more green star silhouette." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the Star Hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed, "Just as I guessed. Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. it is very likely to be the core of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Hei Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th star hall as she guessed. There are actually people here before us. Fang Yuan mumbled, he was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should be uninhabited, only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation, he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 Gu immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the Gu immortals, because they were too far away, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 Gu immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed Hei Lulan and Fang Yuan long ago, they would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain this secret information regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from certain channels, so other Gu immortals can also obtain it. Hei Lulan could accept this fact more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from Hei Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Fang Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information, it was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Fang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8th star hall. It seems that these 2 Gu immortals have the same identity as us, they are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. Hei Lulan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply, he only snickered, his laughter was very cold. Hei Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people, they were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, they both felt that they had a huge advantage, they might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan activated large numbers of mortal Gu, concealing their bodies and auras. They also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hall. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned Hei Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative Gu ahead." Hei Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped Gu worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This Gu worm was not a wild Gu worm, it was clearly left behind by the 2 Gu immortals earlier. This was normal. When Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative Gu in the places they had passed. Gu immortals no longer lacked mortal Gu. If these mortal Gu were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the Gu immortals, they were very useful. Hei Lulan was young after all, she had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this Gu, she cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No need. This Gu is Starlight Fake Eye Gu, it has a long-range detection range, Gu immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the Fake Eye Gu. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility, maintaining this Gu not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Fang Yuan recalled and added, "This Gu worm is often used together with True Vision Gu, it can detect invisibility." But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war, at this time, True Vision Gu is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely. Hei Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still feeling uneasy, "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, Gu immortals can secretly research and develop new Gu, maybe this Gu worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?" Chapter 725. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He Lulan chose to believe him. The two concealed their figures and swaggered past the range of star splendor fake Gu. As expected, they did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Next, the two continued to discover investigative Gu worms similar to star splendor fake Gu on the way. Some of these Gu worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as leaves, and some were hidden in streams, flowing along with the flow. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, concealing himself, using Gu worms to target them, or burrowing into the ground and water, avoiding these investigative Gu worms. The two had wanted to walk below the 8th star hall. That way, the shortest distance would be the closest to the 8th star hall. If there was an opportunity, they would be able to react quickly and rush to the 8th star hall in the shortest time possible, clearing up the mess and taking advantage of the situation. But as they walked, there was a smell of blood ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, the latter's eyes revealed a puzzled light as she transmitted, "Strange, the number and types of investigative Gu along the way are increasing. Let's go and take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two became more careful, dodging or deceiving investigative Gu worms. They found more and more traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the source of the thick smell of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on a pile of broken rocks. The black leopard was huge, comparable to an elephant. Its fur was long and shiny, it had a wild charm. The remnant aura showed the black leopard's identity. This was a true desolate beast. "This is a desolate beast, vanishing shadow leopard." Fang Yuan sighed. "Who killed this vanishing shadow leopard and left the desolate beast's corpse here?" He Lulan's gaze moved around. Her beautiful eyes showed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down, half kneeling on the ground, touching the ravine beside his feet. Next, he took out a time path Gu worm and activated it carefully. This Gu worm was rank 5, it was extremely rare and looked like a crystal ball. Its name was Backtrack Gu. It was a time path investigative Gu that could rewind past events within a certain range. Backtrack Gu activated. It displayed a blurry, soundless battle scene. On the screen, two huge figures were fighting fiercely. There was also a tiny figure standing far away. Backtrack Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, be it Shirley, Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star Lord Wan Xiang. They were all rank 6, their immortal bodies and beast bodies had Dao marks. Thus, the results of the reconnaissance were very limited. He Lulan leaned over. He watched for a while. The soundless battle scene was very blurry and unclear. But from the general shape, he could guess that one of them was a vanishing shadow leopard. The one fighting the vanishing shadow leopard did not look like a human, but a tiger-type wild beast. And far away, there was a human figure. It was likely to be a Gu immortal. But his face was a blur. He couldn't see clearly at all. Not only that, but the battle was also intermittent. It was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan watched with bated breath. For a moment, there was no sound except for the gentle breeze in the forest. After activating it for more than 10 breaths of time, Backtrack Gu emitted smoke and the battle scene disappeared. Forcefully backtracking a Gu immortal level battle scene had caused this Backtrack Gu to die. Fang Yuan felt a slight heartache. He placed the charred corpse of Backtrack Gu into his immortal aperture, trying not to leave any traces behind. Even though he had been collecting this Backtrack Gu in jewel yellow skies recently, he only collected 50 to 60 of them. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, Backtrack Gu would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel yellow skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. "This Gu worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in jewel yellow skies?" There were countless types of Gu worms. He Lulan cultivated strength path and not time path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic Gu worms. Goo worms like backtrack goo were rare, it was normal that she did not know much about them. Fang Yuan did not answer, he took out another goo. This goo was refined by him according to his memories, according to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier, it was called thread trace goo. The goo worm had a unique appearance, it was like a small horsewhip, a toy for northern plains children. Fang Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this goo look even smaller. Fang Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. What is this? Hei Lolan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap snap snap. Fang Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace goo. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. Hei Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Fang Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague goo immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, Hei Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks." Fang Yuan smiled smugly, "That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it goo immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak, even the most sensitive goo immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace goo that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them." Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. Thread trace goo. Hei Lulan muttered, her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star Lord Wanxiang was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human, they are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path goo immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there, although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path goo immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 goo immortal. Hei Lolan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the vanishing shadow leopard died, there were black dark path Dao marks there. There were also red fire path Dao marks. He continued, "The dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards, the red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks, they are intertwining with each other. It shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 goo immortal." Hei Lolan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, it was too useful. Using this goo, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although Hei Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information, she placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace goo. If Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods, thread trace goo just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the 5 regions' chaotic war, it was the crystallization of the entire 5 regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current goo immortals, it had a huge advantage. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horse whip a few more times, more Dao marks appeared, but at the same time, many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak. Under the effect of thread trace goo, they condensed and appeared, their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horse whip, sighing, "This thread trace goo's effect is only so, the appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time, it requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the immortal goo will leave behind corresponding Dao marks." In an intense battle, many methods were used, the Dao marks were tangled together, it was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, both sides did not use many methods in this battle, we can still see the general situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal goo was able to obtain so much useful information, was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on thread trace goo, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that thread trace goo's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently, there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. He Lulan estimated that this thread trace goo could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately, her evaluation of the thread trace goo rose to another level. A total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 goo could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling thread trace goo, Fang Yuan took out an investigative goo worm. This was a Chi Path goo worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this Chi Path goo worm back and took out another goo worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using goo worms from time to time. He Lulan only recognized a small portion of these goo worms, and it was only vague, to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, He Lulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute, he was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan, she was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. He Lulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation, he achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, He Lulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person, he directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for He Lulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Guts Gu business, he gave the profits to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although He Lulan's strength Chi Immortal Gu was needed in the process, He Lulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that He Lulan saw these methods used by Fang Yuan, her heart shuddered. Chapter 726. After He Lulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Fang Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young, she was not a refinement path master, she was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Fang Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, after summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. Oh. One is a rank 6-star Path Gu Immortal, he has never fought before, he is quite mysterious. The other is an Earth Path and Transformation Path Gu Immortal, he has a strong aura, using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be Combat Immortal Sects Shirley. Fang Yuan said. That Immortal Monkey King? He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of the information, she naturally knew what kind of person Shirley was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several Strength Path Immortal Gu, Shirley also had Earth Path Immortal Gu. And he had them long ago, he had even created his own Immortal Killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated Transformation Path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had Self-Strength Immortal Gu, she used it to activate her Mortal Killer move, forming a Strength Path Phantom Giant, it could be considered an Immortal Killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the Immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious Star Path Gu Immortal. He Lulan pondered. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, I have not told you yet, because the core Immortal Gu is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use Mortal Killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Fang Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar, roar, roar dash. High in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Fang Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel, we can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement, Fang Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative Gu around. There were large numbers of investigative Gu worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead, he took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wan Xiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive Gu, its bones can be refined into shadow attachment Gu, shadow trace Gu and others, its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision Gu, black fog Gu and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. He Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed, it seems that the Star Hall in the sky is indeed an important place, they should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy, it was not good for preserving corpses, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in He Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8th star hall in the sky. But on the way, they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative Gu ahead, don't tell me. He Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative Gu, they passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge, its 4 hooves were thick and black like iron, its whole body was red, it had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole-like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling, the heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fang Yuan and He Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt. It has a large number of fire path wild goo in its body, it can walk on fire, its blood is hot, it is an excellent material for refining fire path goo worms, it is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. He Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out, she felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fang Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative goo on the left, should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative goo, and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant, it was lying on the ground, its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and He Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble, it struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar, as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Lengyue would be completed. He Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture, her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places? Fang Yuan chuckled, even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation, there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge, and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover, we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first. The two had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th star hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering, they did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and He Lulan. This is a chestnut yak, its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it, keep it. He Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn. If I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The two obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the two searched carefully, and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8th star hall. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Star Lord Wanxiang dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack! With a crisp sound, Star Lord Wanxiang lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star Lord Wanxiang in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash! Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wanxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8th star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Ugh! Suddenly, Star Lord Wanxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path Dao mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star Lord Wanxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star Lord Wanxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8th star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses. Considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star Lord Wanxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8th star hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. I say, Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the Star Hall, there was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the Star Hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Fire Goo continued, I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back. The Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, Fire Goo, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness? Fire Goo said, I am one of the least picky goo worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me. The Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Goo. After the Fire Goo ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. Can you give me more food? The Northern Dark Ice Soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Goo. The Fire Goo ate for a long time before sighing, Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest. The Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment, how about this, Fire Goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that? The Fire Goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the Northern Dark Ice Soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the Northern Dark Ice Soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Goo. After many times, the Fire Goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the Northern Dark Ice Soul stopped to rest, the Fire Goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The Northern Dark Ice Soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The Northern Dark Ice Soul was frightened, immediately picking up the Fire Goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the Northern Dark Ice Soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, the one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The Dream Realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives. The Northern Dark Ice Soul gasped for breath, he could not run anymore, the pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the Fire Goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The Northern Dark Ice Soul was forced by the situation, he could only listen to the Fire Goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the Fire Goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The Fire Goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the Northern Dark Ice Soul, he picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Hei Lulan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. This is the walking meat tree? Absolutely. Fang Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he has the ability to explore black heaven. It is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged, he had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Fang Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path Gu worms. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path Gu immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens, and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8th star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like grey stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon? Hei Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon, after its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws, it should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength, no wonder Shirlei was forced out. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew towards Shirlei. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon, it was its innate ability, it was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirlei's eyes, he did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left, just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirlei's eyes opened wide, he raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star Lord Wanxiang, and Hei Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail, it hit Shirlei who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirlei was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirlei in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirlei's angry roar from under the rocks, "Loach, you have successfully angered me, take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open, a small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. Hei Lulan's eyelids twitched, this immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple, its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought. Explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared. Its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous Central Continent Goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful. It was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses. It had an advantage in all aspects. He Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer. There would be no chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not retort. He Lulan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself. She was instead very humble and cautious. She knew her limits. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan. Without Myriad Self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus, he could only flee. The icy drill Stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. He Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, He Lulan could last longer than Fang Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy. She opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. Mother, Huang Er was unfilial, I made you worry. Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. Huang Er, it's good that you are fine. Are you injured or do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing became nervous. She touched Feng Kim Huang's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. I am fine, mother. This time, I found out the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. It can actually bring me into a dream realm. Feng Kim Hong said. Dream realm? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment, she reacted, her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression. She grabbed Feng Kim Huang's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm? Dark North Ice Soul took a huge step back in fright. Oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction, we should maintain our distance. The fire goo stopped helplessly, it circled around Dark North Ice Soul and said, Oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun. Dark North Ice Soul was surrounded by flames, he quickly waved his hand, don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot. Quickly make a path for me to leave. The flames had no choice but to make a path. Dark North Ice Soul kept retreating. After running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the northern Dark Ice Soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. Release my friend. The fire goo shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Dream Realm Beast group. The Dream Realm Beast group shrunk under the illumination of the fire, they were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the Dream Realm that swallowed Dark North Ice Soul. The Dream Realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping dream realm became larger and stronger, its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions and emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Ice Soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive. He also wanted to save his father Renzu at all times. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety. He was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because Desolate Guyue died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Ice Soul was the Dream Realm's best prey. The Dream Realm that swallowed him grew rapidly, the fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the Dream Realm. Dark North Ice Soul fell deep into the Dream Realm, he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he saw Guyue Desolate Een reviving and saying to him with a smile, Good brother, Big Sister forgives you, Big Sister knows you did not do it on purpose. He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, as expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived. Dark North Ice Soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously, it spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Ice Soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake. There was no happiness. What welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears. He felt cold and bone-chilling. He continued to laugh. His laughter was filled with joy. Even Fang Yuan was affected. He became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. He felt a chill. Oh no! There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, now I am in 7-Star Child's dream. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength. His 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7-Star Child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha ha ha, ugh. 7-Star Child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But 7-Star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did 7-Star Child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this 7-Star Child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong, it can only temporarily shatter 7-Star Child's figure at most. It should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8th-star hall. The sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy 8th star, on a high throne, 2 bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then, an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out. His angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wanxiang, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed. He mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly rushed out of the Star Hall. So 7-Star Child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. 7-Star Child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wanxiang. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wanxiang's back. Boom! With a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wanxiang's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. 7-Star Child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Shut up! Fang Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings. His speed had decreased greatly. Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die. At this time, 7-Star Child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fang Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8-star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped, the rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky, it was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven, it attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with jewel yellow skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup goo that Fang Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam, in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking non-stop, his immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden, it was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed, the zombie dragon was like a dead snake, it was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state, he was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest, it extended from his shoulder blade to his waist, it was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly, his face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal expert from combat immortal sect laughed loudly, he did not show any fear or panic, instead his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky, he pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight, it tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground, he was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times, and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook, that attack just now was extremely fast, if he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed, his blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that Ancient Soul Sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fang Yuan was very confident, as if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way, the two saw many ancient soul sect Gu masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups, some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals, they had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from ancient soul sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts. He was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough, I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed. She barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation, there was no sound at all, it was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through, there was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue, quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper. After a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely. She raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie, he could only keep it a secret. On their backs, there were bony spikes growing out of their bodies, extending towards the outside. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as carriages, shining with starlight. But under the sharp observation of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they soon discovered some clear traces of battle. Not far away, a large patch of grassland was still burning, black smoke was rising. The 3 spinefin star dragonfish had injuries on their bodies. At the end of their vision, those connected mountain ranges also had unnatural gaps, like cheese that was eaten by rats. It seems that this Gu immortal had an intense battle. Fang Yuan said. "That's right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, both my body and soul would have suffered hidden injuries. How could my main body, the Grand Star Lord Wanxiang, die so easily in the 8th Star Hall?" A boy suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Of course. Feng Kim Hong smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood, how can I embarrass you too?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing, the latter also laughed. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams. Over the years, countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang Er, your dream wings immortal goo allows you to freely enter dream realms. It is a movement immortal goo that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you, you need to grasp it well. I understand, Mother. These last days, I have been trying to refine goo. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached Quasi-Master. The benefits of dream realms are too great. I have always lacked interest in refinement path, I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds. I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with, you benefited from it. There are too many dream realms, you might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind, he laughed, if I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with. If I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path, none of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped, she said solemnly, Huang Er, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky, the dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue, he quickly said obediently, yes, Mother, I understand. Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened, she took out a letter Gu, this is a letter from your father, he has already successfully broken through the regional wall, after entering northern plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter Gu to reply. You can also say a few words, that will put your father's mind at ease, he can focus on this mission to enter northern plains. Father's letter? Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened, he jumped over and snatched the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing's hands, he inspected it with his mind. But he could not read it. Feng Kim Hong pouted, so it is father's information path immortal Gu, messenger green bird, I am still immortal, I cannot read it. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she rubbed her head, your father is currently in northern plains. Without using an information path immortal Gu, how can he pass through the regional wall? Why are you so anxious? I just praised you for being more mature. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Kim Huang's mind. Feng Kim Hong was familiar with this, thoughts appeared in his mind and converged with his will, he instantly saw the contents of Feng Jioga's letter. Father. Feng Kim Hong saw Feng Jioga's letter, he was very concerned about him, his eyes turned red. I really want to see father immediately. I want him to see my current refinement path cultivation. He has always been brooding over my refinement path attainment level. Feng Kim Hong muttered. Don't worry, Mother will tell your father in the letter. Don't say it, don't say it. I want to give father a surprise. Alright. Fairy Bai Qing took out another letter Gu, it was still messenger green bird Gu. But it was a rank 5 mortal Gu. This is also a letter for you, it is from Fang Yuan. It was sent over earlier. Take a look. Fairy Bai Qing said. Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong heard this name. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger, her brows furrowed and her beautiful face flushed with anger. She grabbed the letter snatch Gu and inspected it. Fang Yuan wrote a lot of content in the letter, he first praised Spirit Affinity House, his words hinted that he was going to join them, then he agreed to Feng Kim Huang's challenge and apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter. It was this sentence: I have appeared in Immortal blessed land, the door is open. I respectfully welcome Fairy Feng Kim Huang's arrival. I have long heard of Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea. If I can enjoy tea after exchanging pointers, I will naturally be very happy. Humph. He is very leisurely and elegant, he still wants to drink Qingpu tea. He still wants to enjoy tea. Evil thief. Perverted thief. I wish I could cut you into 8 pieces and feed your bones to the dogs. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. She exerted strength in her hand and squeezed the letter-sending green bird goo until creaking sounds could be heard. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter goo. Huang heir, this is what mother is going to tell you in detail. I have to say, Feng Yuan has surpassed our expectations once again. He is no longer the same as before. If you want to spar with him, you will only lose, there is no chance of winning. What? Feng Kim Hong stared with wide eyes, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in astonishment. Fairy Bai Qing told her that Feng Yuan had become an immortal zombie, and that the force behind him was mysterious and strong, even repelling Crane Gate's attack to reclaim Immortal blessed land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie? Feng Jin Huang muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that it was her own mother who said this, she wouldn't have believed it. How long has it been? He has already advanced to an immortal. He is about the same age as me, how can he have such a deep foundation to charge to Gu immortal realm? Feng Kim Hong was extremely puzzled. Fairy Bai Qing answered, our 10 great ancient sects also have many speculations about him suddenly becoming an immortal zombie. Raising one's foundation, although difficult, is not impossible. There is one example in front of us, that is the dream realm. Other than this, we are guessing that the force behind him has a special immortal ascension method that can raise a Gu master to an immortal zombie. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, how can I be so lucky to obtain the other 2 immortal killer moves? This inheritance might have been obtained by someone else long ago. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He thought of the inheritance regarding thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Luo Pa Valley that he obtained in Northern Plains. He had already refined the keys to enter the inheritance, open door Gu and close door Gu. But he did not move. Gu master inheritances were not so easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were often much more difficult and dangerous than righteous path inheritances. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was simply a tiger's den. The situation was unclear, and myriad self-killer move could not be used. Feng Yuan would rather wait for a while and not take the risk. Feng Yuan did not have high expectations for this, because he had already guessed it, the inheritance clue that I obtained is not the only one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not willing to bury the inheritance, thus he gathered a large number of people to catch the fish. This inheritance has been in the past for so long, someone might have already visited it. Not to mention others, especially Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seems to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is related to Luo Pa Valley. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might have already entered it. He might have already taken Luo Pa Valley. After collecting his thoughts, Feng Yuan took out 3 complete immortal Gu recipes and handed them to Land Spirit of Langia. This is the transaction. Land Spirit of Langia received the immortal Gu recipes and inspected them. After confirming there were no mistakes, he could not help but praise Feng Yuan's talent. Rascal, I rarely admire others, but your talent in deducing immortal Gu recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Feng Yuan said, regarding the transaction of immortal Gu recipes, I want to change the details of the transaction. Oh. I have already deduced the immortal Gu recipes with high completion degrees. Now, only those with low completion degrees are left, 60, 70, and even below 50%. I want to deduce these immortal goo recipes, although I can complete them, it would take too long. It would take me a month or two, I would not have time to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of this transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Land Spirit of Langia shook his head. No change, no change, why should I change it? I spent so many immortal yuan stones, didn't I want you to deduce immortal goo recipes? You are a wisdom path goo immortal and so skilled in deducing immortal goo recipes, why don't you continue? At most, I will raise the price and pay you more. Land Spirit of Langia, don't be in a hurry to reject me, listen to me first, you will definitely be interested. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land Spirit of Langia gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, you are so smart. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching, who has the ability to capture these goo immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Langia Blessed Land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Langia Blessed Land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Imo Tan sang, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family and Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land Spirit of Langia shook his head. Oh. You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad, don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? As long as you have this killer move, other goo immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land Spirit of Langia said in a submissive tone. Fang Yuan sized up the Land Spirit, I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move, it turns out you had planned it long ago. Land Spirit of Langia could not endure it anymore, he stared with wide eyes and raised his voice, rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring, when have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by you, even 88-point Jianghu Tower was toppled, as long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, we will split the gains from selling the blessed land, no matter what, it should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60? You are too greedy, you actually want 40% right off the bat? Land Spirit of Langia shouted. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light, his expression was grim, you misunderstood, Land Spirit, what I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land Spirit of Langia was stunned, even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Fang Yuan's face, you have the cheek to say such words? Why would I? Fang Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall, I am risking my life here, I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price, I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance? That means there is no room for discussion. Think about it again, this is my price, there is still some time before the auction, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 738. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, concentrating on the pair of bat wings in front of him. In front of him, a pair of large bat wings floated in the air. The bat wings were covered with tiny scales. These dark blue scales were only the size of a pinky finger, and they constantly refracted light with the light, looking like specks of starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Langia Blessed Land, he started to deal with the star demon bat's bat wings. After 9 days and 9 nights, it was the crucial moment now. Whether I can repair this pair of bat wings completely depends on this. Fang Yuan willed, taking out a mortal goo from his immortal aperture. He flicked his finger, throwing the crucial mortal goo out. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid. After hitting the bat wings, a layer of green light appeared. The light flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire bat wings. After a while, the green light faded, the entire star demon bat wings were covered in a layer of fine green fur. Fang Yuan observed carefully, his 10 fingers moved in turns. Following his movements, the green-haired bat wings rotated in the air, displaying from all angles for Fang Yuan to observe. Fang Yuan opened his fingers, the 2 contracted star demon bat wings also unfolded. Fang Yuan saw that the inside of the bat wings was also covered in fur. He nodded in satisfaction. When Shirley killed this star demon bat, he did not hold back. The bat wings that I obtained were greatly damaged. Now that I have spent so much effort to repair them, I do not have much confidence in whether I can repair them. Fang Yuan sighed, standing up. He waved his hand, hundreds of goo worms flew out, circling around the green-haired bat wings and protecting them. Next, Fang Yuan walked around the bat wings, walking out of this secret room. He closed the secret room's door. The green-haired bat wings were shrouded in the darkness of the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door, lightly stomping his feet, calling, "Where is the land spirit? Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan. Her large eyes were shining. She had an expression of "seeing Master again" on her face. "I asked you to pay attention to the jewel yellow skies business. How is it going?" Fang Yuan asked as he walked. Little Hu Immortal followed behind, answering, "Master sold all the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. These last days, only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold." Since Immortal Monkey King Shirley had already discovered Fang Yuan directly sold these desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. He had discussed with He Lulan, they would each take what they needed. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and the star demon bat wings, while He Lulan took the flying bear corpses. And Fang Yuan was in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would give 40% of the profits to He Lulan. He Lulan was not afraid of him going back on his words. After all, the Snowy Mountain Alliance was there. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses were highly sought after. They were rare and sold in jewel yellow skies within 4 to 6 hours. It was very easy to earn Immortal Yuan Stone. But Fang Yuan did not want Immortal Yuan Stone this time. He arranged a will to announce to the other Gu Immortals, "If you want to buy these beast corpses, you have to exchange for them with specific items." First was the method to turn immortal zombies into humans, or information, or clues. Second was the goo recipe of white lotus giant silkworm goo, or goo worms, or related information or clues. Third was the wings of the desolate beast bat. Fourth was the top-tier mortal killer move, the more outstanding the better. When Fang Yuan had icy drill stardust, hair armor, and light illusion bat wings, his battle strength had already reached upper tier rank 6. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he had more than 10 mortal killer moves. Most of them were at the peak of 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 6. But with rank 7 cultivation, it was different. Immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. As for those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence, they were not used often, they were used as trump cards. Most Gu Immortals did not have Immortal Gu, they were rank 6 Gu Immortals. But there were even fewer Gu Immortals that could cultivate to rank 7, they had gone through countless calamities and tribulations. Their aptitude, temperament, and foundation were the cream of the crop among those rank 6 Gu Immortals. If they did not have Immortal Gu, it would be unjustifiable. With Immortal Goo, there were Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Killer moves were also modified from the foundation of Mortal Killer moves. Like Hei Lulan, she was trying to modify her Strength Path Killer move into an Immortal Killer move. Often, an Immortal Goo could form different Immortal Killer moves depending on the other Mortal Goo. Thus, many Goo Immortals had offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive Immortal Goo. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was only a supplementary Immortal Goo that helped Goo Immortals cultivate Soul Path. 100 Li I. Hearing Little Hu Immortals reply, Fang Yuan nodded, evaluating. This Mortal Killer move is worth 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. It can allow Goo Immortals to observe the surroundings within 100 li like looking at the lines on their palm. Not bad, I lack such an investigative killer move. Of course, I am even more satisfied with the pair of Desolate Beast Bat Wings. Saying so, he asked, did anything happen in the Blessed Land these last few days? Little Hu Immortal shook her head, reporting to Fang Yuan that everything was normal. Such peaceful days were too rare for Fang Yuan, especially after his rebirth. But Fang Yuan did not dare to slack off. Ever since his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he saw the manifestation of the Dream Realm, he felt a sense of urgency. He could vaguely sense the change of the era. In the next few days, Fang Yuan started to deal with the newly obtained bat wings. At the same time, he arranged for the old hairy men in the Blessed Land to refine Goo. Air sac Goo that could store guts Goo was naturally the main refinement project for the hairy men. Other than this, Fang Yuan also split up the refinement steps of Group Strength Goo and Small Family Chi Goo, teaching them to the hairy men and letting them practice it first. These two Goo recipes were not like others, they were ancient Goo recipes. The materials were scarce and hard to find in the current era. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and Goo worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. Only when Fang Yuan was satisfied with their proficiency would he start refining these two Goo. Fang Yuan's aim was not to raise idlers. Since the hairy men had already been purchased, he would squeeze out every bit of value from them. 3 days later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no movement in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan had only processed less than half of the newly purchased bat wings. But the Star Demon bat wings were ready to be refined. Fang Yuan opened the secret room's door and entered again, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. At this time, the green hair on the bat wings was already very dense and lush. Success or failure will be revealed now. Fang Yuan used a Mortal Goo, snapping his fingers as sparks flew out. Wherever this path leads to, it is all according to your will. I have said it before. The path is under your feet, as long as you want to walk on it. Renzu realized at once, so that's it. But he was puzzled, then how did I get here? Self-Goo said, humans are born ordinary. Even though you are the spirit of all living beings. You do not have the claws of a tiger. Unlike grass that can absorb nutrients from the earth, there are no changes. What is so strange about you coming to the ordinary quagmire? You're not the only one. If you look carefully at the mud under your feet, you'll find many footprints. Renzu lowered his head, getting close to the ground. Only then did he see clearly. Like Self-Goo had said, the ordinary quagmire was filled with all sorts of marks. There were the claws of wild beasts. There were also traces of plants taking root, traces of water flowing, and traces of stones rolling over. Why are there so many marks? Renzu asked curiously. Self-Goo answered, this is ordinary abyss, all living beings will enter here for all sorts of reasons. All living beings will enter here. All living beings are ordinary. But most living beings, their entire lives are trapped in ordinary abyss. Only a small portion of living beings, through their own hard work and trekking, walk out of ordinary abyss. I do not want to be trapped here my entire life. There is nothing here, the stench is overwhelming, I want to leave too. Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. If you think ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think ordinary is heaven, then it is heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your own 2 feet to walk out of the ordinary quagmire, and become extraordinary. Renzu took a step forward. Suddenly, his body tilted. His front foot had sunk deep into the quagmire. It was not easy to walk in a quagmire, one step deeper than the other. The surface of the road looked the same, but some were more solid, while others were softer. Renzu walked a few steps before his eyes brightened. He thought of a trick. He walked towards the places with the claw marks. Since there were traces left behind in these places, it meant that the soil was more solid. Thus, Renzu's walk became smoother. Compared to before, he was walking like he was flying. He said emotionally, so in the ordinary quagmire, walking in the footsteps of the former is much faster than exploring alone. After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended from the sky, casually landing on a grassland slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. The goo worms used to form this killer move were all purchased by Hu Immortal Land Spirit from Jewel Yellow Skies. A small portion were refined by his own hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan retracted his bat wings, and only a pair of his 8 thick arms were left. The fangs in his mouth became much smaller, his red eyes also turned slightly red. Eventually, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body also shrunk to a normal person's size. His appearance had changed greatly. But his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it was not concealed. Even so, Fang Yuan could not help but praise, amazing. This is only a mortal killer move, but it caused such a huge transformation to my immortal body. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable. Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could transform into any appearance, even from male to female. It would be extremely realistic. But he had an immortal body now, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. As a mortal killer move, it was not easy for it to transform so much. Most importantly, this transformation was not an illusion, it was a real transformation, it even involved a slight change in his aura. All in all, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng right now, he would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie as his junior brother within a short period of time. Master, you've become prettier. Oh, this letter just arrived. Right at this time, little Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared with a flash, holding a letter Gu and handing it to Fang Yuan. Oh. Letter sending Green Bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally has a reply. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he took the letter Gu and entered his mind. After a while, he came back to his senses, a pondering expression flashed across his face. Feng Kim Hong actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention and compete in Refinement Path? I remember that in her early years, she had no interest in Refinement Path, her foundation in this aspect was like a blank piece of paper. Why is she so confident that she wants to compete in Gu refinement with me? Could it be that she has already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fang Yuan's gaze was like smoke, he thought of his previous life. Chapter 740. To think that 400 years ago today, dream realms have already appeared. Fang Yuan held the messenger Green Bird Gu in his hand, sighing internally. At once, he had no interest in experimenting with killer moves. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to start a huge war, suppressing the other 4 regions with just one continent, expanding at lightning speed. Next, the four regions joined forces and resisted Central Continent's attack with difficulty. The entire battle fell into a deadlock. Just as the four regions joined forces and attempted to counterattack Central Continent, dream realms started appearing in all five regions. In this world, ever since Ren Zhu created the first batch of humans, humans started dreaming. Every time they dreamed, they would add more territory and strength to the dream realm. After a long period of time, with countless changes, countless heroes and geniuses appeared in the human race, continuously expanding the dream realm. The dream realm became larger and larger, finally reaching a qualitative change and manifesting itself. People soon discovered that even though the dream realm environment was extremely complex and dangerous, it contained huge benefits. From the dream realm, the later generations could obtain the foundation of their predecessors, allowing their cultivation attainment levels to rise rapidly. The increase in attainment level could easily take decades, centuries, or even centuries. Because of the dream realm, Gu Masters' attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their strength to rise sharply. Countless experts emerged like a geyser. Before this, resources were mostly controlled by clans and sects, and it was hard to raise their attainment levels. Unless they were extremely talented, ordinary Gu Masters could not make a name for themselves. After the dream realm appeared, their attainment levels rose sharply. Standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, Gu Masters could easily recreate countless Gu worms and killer moves. On this basis, they could create new Gu worms, new Gu recipes, and new killer moves that were suitable for themselves. It was a great era of great changes. Many small forces that were disliked rose up one after another. Countless lone rogue cultivators appeared one after another. The appearance of dream realms. They attacked the established system and structure. Order was lost, and the huge benefits made people go crazy. The original plan of the four regions joining forces to resist Central Continent was completely shelved before it could even proceed. All the forces, countless Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. They all set their sights on the dream realms. In order to fight for the dream realms that manifested in different areas, the five regions attacked each other, falling into complete chaos. And in order to better explore the dream realms, countless knowledgeable people or geniuses started to research related Gu worms. Soon, the brand new path of Dream Path. It was quickly established and developed rapidly. The legendary rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal, Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables was brought up again. He predicted that countless years later, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of Space Escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already appeared. Everyone was even more convinced that the 3 venerables' words were credible. Link the two together. Soon, a general consensus was formed. The Dream Realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who could occupy the entire Dream Realm? Who would be able to use the accumulations of the predecessors to become the Great Dream Immortal Venerable who surpassed all the sages in history, the King of Immortal Kings, the Venerable above Venerables? In my previous life, I was able to rise up and become a hegemon not only because of my fortuitous encounter in the Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The various superpowers' control over the situation was greatly reduced, and they were all focused on exploring the Dreamlands. They didn't have the time to care about the general situation in the real world, which gave me the space and time to develop freely. Unfortunately, by the time I gained a foothold in the real world, the Dreamlands, this brand new territory, had already been occupied by the various forces. Although I can use Dream Path Mortal Gu to explore the Dreamlands, but I am still at the initial stage. I am far behind others. Unless I obtain a Dream Path Immortal Gu, I can only catch up later. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan worked with Song Zhong and the other demonic path Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and kill Feng Kim Hong. But unfortunately, he did not obtain her dream wings immortal goo. Without an immortal goo and only some dream path mortal goo, when Fang Yuan explored the dreamlands, he was constantly suppressed by the various forces, he was unable to obtain any huge gains. Fang Yuan inherited a blood path inheritance in his previous life, he was constantly being hunted down and hunted down. Later, after he established Bloodwing Demon Sect, he had to spend a lot of time and energy on the sect. Because of this, he missed the golden time to explore the dreamlands. After rebirth, he reflected on himself. This mistake in decision-making was mostly due to external forces, while a small portion was due to his decision-making error. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, even though he had a foundation in blood path, he did not rashly cultivate blood path before obtaining that crucial blood path inheritance. Blood path goo masters were hunted by everyone, not only were they wanted by the righteous path, even the demonic path were wary of them. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when order was broken, could blood path show itself, others had no time to care about it, and it could prosper. So the dreamlands had already manifested over 400 years ago. All the super forces had already made contact, thus after 300 years, when the dreamlands manifested everywhere, these forces immediately entered the dreamlands and occupied them. They were prepared, it was not an injustice that I lost to them in my previous life. During this period in his previous life, Fang Yuan was still immortal, struggling at the bottom of the goo master hierarchy, he was bound by his memories and experiences from Earth. Only after a long time did he break the shackles of his thoughts. Sometimes, the advantage of a transmigrator was also a disadvantage. Chapter 741. Even though he had the guts goo business, it had only been a short time, Fang Yuan did not have a lot of immortal yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining goo, condensing bat wings, and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the refinement path convention, these 2 grand events, were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get immortal yuan stone at this time? It could only be the goo immortal blessed lands in the hands of land spirit of Langia. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead, I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds, they could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed, they could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level, only then could they combine the 2 worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed grandmaster attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. That was to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of blood path, strength path, refinement path, enslavement path, and transformation path goo immortals. Blood path and strength path might be great grandmaster attainment level, but with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, goo immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a goo immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength goo and small family chi goo, while using the light of wisdom goo. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move unfamiliar face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious thought Gu. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice Gu was personally refined by him according to the Gu recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard, barbed hair. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this Gu with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Fang Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately, evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly, the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards, they were either destroyed, or fused into larger thoughts. Soon, these evil thoughts were used up. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even wisdom path Gu immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Fang Yuan had used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Gu immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Sun's will to guard 88-point Jianghu Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malice Gu. I can refine these 2 mortal Gu in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal Gu is too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal Gu. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal Gu to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal Gu recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu. Now that Fang Yuan had the Gu recipes of wisdom path mortal Gu, his first choice was to produce these mortal Gu in large quantities. The thoughts produced by a mortal Gu were few, but when the number of mortal Gu increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal Gu was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Fang Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it, life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. There would always be imperfections, there would always be disappointments, there would always be delays. Just like the wisdom path inheritance Fang Yuan obtained, it was incomplete, it was quite incomplete. All in all, Fang Yuan being able to obtain the mortal goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malicious intent goo was already a very fortunate thing. Besides these two goo recipes, there was also a wisdom path killer move called harboring malicious intent. The goo immortal who sold the goo recipe seemed to have an urgent need for the astral wind heavenly boar's corpse, he seemed to be short of money. If not for this, even if it was an ancient desolate beast's corpse, it was worth several hundred immortal yuan stone, the other party would not sell the wisdom path inheritance. Even such an incomplete wisdom path inheritance was extremely rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, refining malicious thought goo. Although malicious thought mortal goo is not an expendable goo, it is a mortal goo after all, it has its limits. But my primeval essence is unlimited, the more I use it, the longer I use it. These malicious thought goo will eventually break. With such a thought, Fang Yuan felt that his need for malicious thought goo would remain at a certain level in the future. As for goo refinement, it seemed to take a lot of time. Especially when the higher the rank of the goo worm, the longer the time needed. Many goo immortals often took decades or even centuries to refine an immortal goo. Or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to invest a large sum of money to purchase hairy men. During this period of time, he sold several batches of guts goo, each batch had a profit of around 48 immortal yuan stone. He only kept 50 immortal yuan stone with him, he used the rest of the immortal yuan stone to purchase hairy men. This raised the price of hairy men in treasure imperial heaven. What Fang Yuan wanted the most were of course the hairy men in Langya blessed land. These hairy men were well nurtured, they were several grades higher than the best goods in jewel yellow skies. Unfortunately, after he asked about land spirit of Langya, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, he was also scolded by land spirit of Langya, saying that Fang Yuan was not a friend. Even though Fang Yuan was scolded, he was very happy. Land spirit of Langya scolded him for not being a friend, it meant that land spirit of Langya had already treated him as a friend. Even though this friendship was far inferior to the one between land spirit of Langya and Ingman King Mo Tan Sang. But the friendship between Mo Tan Sang and land spirit of Langya was not of this generation, it could be traced back to a certain generation of Ingman City's city lord from a long time ago. For countless generations, Ingman City had been secretly maintaining contact with land spirit of Langya. This friendship was accumulated over a long period of time. Land spirit of Langya has recently been liberated, and he has obtained so many complete immortal goo recipes. According to his nature, he will definitely refine immortal goo. And refining immortal goo would expend an enormous amount of resources, even the extremely wealthy Langya blessed land could not sustain it. Jewel yellow skies cannot allow goo immortals to enter. After the auction, there will be no more opportunities. He wants to sell goo immortal blessed lands, this is an urgent matter for him. Fang Yuan knew that land spirit of Langya was already secretly anxious. As long as he could not hold it in any longer, he would take the initiative to look for Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Langya's network was too simple, he only had one Mo Tan Sang. Chapter 742. If he wanted to use malicious thought mortal goo to replace delight in mountain and joy immortal goo, the quantity of the former would need to be huge. 23wx Fang Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo, not just a few hundred. He estimated that he needed at least 2,000 of them, activating them at the same time and producing malicious thoughts, to barely pass the standard of the light of wisdom. What needed to be emphasized was that these 2,000 malicious thought goo had to be rank 5. Fang Yuan had malicious thought goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 to 5 malicious thought Gu all produced malicious thoughts with the same effect. But the number of thoughts produced at once was different, and the primeval essence expended was also very different. Refining Gu is not easy. The higher the rank, the harder it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought Gu, it needs to be refined from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, and there is no Gu recipe that can be refined in one go. This way, the success rate is not high, and the amount of materials required is huge. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2000 malicious thought Gu. As for malice Gu, he did not need it for now. He still had a lot of happy thoughts left in his mind. Refining 2000 rank 5 malicious thought Gu was no doubt a large-scale Gu refinement that would take a long time. If Fang Yuan did not buy hairy men to build the second stone nest, he would have to refine air sac Gu in his spare time with the hairy men in the first stone nest. To reach the goal of 2000 rank 5 Gu, he would need at least 10 years. But now that Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and a large number of hairy men, this time was greatly shortened to about 16 months. During this time, if I can modify the Gu recipe. If I can think of a brand new rank 5 Gu recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought Gu, then, the 16 months will be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. His current refinement path attainment level. He was already at quasi-grandmaster level, but his wisdom path attainment level was almost blank. But Fang Yuan was still confident. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom Gu. Using the light of wisdom, he would have unlimited inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not a problem, he could forcibly deduce it. The power of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It is indeed terrifying. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom Gu. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal Gu recipes. And these immortal Gu recipes were a problem even for the refinement path quasi-great grandmaster land spirit of Langia. Something that made no progress. Fang Yuan could even use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to comprehend the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's remnant recipe. During this period, he had been in seclusion. He did not leave the house. If it was Fang Yuan. And with the same lightning path attainment level, with the help of wisdom Gu, it would take at most a month to complete. He Lulan was currently working hard to push the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom to immortal level. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of mortal killer moves and strength path attainment level, to achieve her goal, she would need at least a few years. If it was Fang Yuan, it should be done in half a month's time. In fact, deducing immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had already been doing it intermittently for a long time. The immortal killer move he deduced was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul, could not be used due to hunger. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul immortal Gu with other Gu worms. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine air sac Gu to increase the production of guts Gu and earn immortal Yuan stones to support the situation. Just when Fang Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions, let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Langia said viciously, his mood was very bad. Fang Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langia wanted to refine immortal Gu, the resources he needed were more than 100 times of Fang Yuan's. He was even more short of money. As Fang Yuan had expected. Land Spirit of Langia had no other channels, only Fang Yuan could take it. Thus, he had to leave, even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Fang Yuan did not want to push his luck, such a division of benefits was already the land spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered land spirit of Langia. Not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. Baizu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat, I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 gu worm Vajra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal, the meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 gu immortals in the hall. The 2 gu immortals were none other than Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 immortals had no qualms. Qin Baisheng pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised, delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, how do you feel? Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Baisheng. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. The meat is delicious, not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing, it is truly a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. I won't hide it from you too, in order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu's cultivation level was rank 8, he was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, he liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy, we are truly fortunate. Qin Baisheng spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality, Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. He. Heavenly Lord Baizu was full of smiles as he nodded, that's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and old ancestor Shui Hu, it will not be good if only Princess Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Princess Impatience. Go. Do a good job in this auction, I am looking forward to it. Thus, Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan left Baizu Grotto Heaven, they determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had used moving perspective cup gu to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Chapter 743. Qin Baisheng was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he was very friendly, he laughed heartily from time to time, it made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Fang Yuan was using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baisheng's hands, if they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baisheng would definitely know Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form. Be it He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, or Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in Northern Plains. This was because the 3 of them were key survivors of the 88 True Yang building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Fang Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Fang Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness and weakness. Of course, Fang Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered this situation, so it was Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baisheng's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Fang Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baisheng's attitude made Fang Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu Immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baisheng was also thinking, this little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long, he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background. Even when facing me, Qin Baisheng, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Fang Yuan and Qin Baisheng conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Baisheng, however, said, Prince's impatience is a role model of the righteous path. How can he be so narrow-minded? Anyway, we still have some time to fly there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. No matter, I am not in a hurry to use it. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should quickly go. We will bid farewell here. Brother Sha Huang, why don't you come with us? It is a rare opportunity to meet Prince's impatience. Qin Baisheng invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to meet a rank 8 Gu impatience? Especially when this Prince's impatience already had an investigative immortal Gu, it was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon venerable, it was only a mortal killer move. It was not enough in front of an investigative immortal Gu. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Baisheng's invitation. Watching them fly away and disappear into the horizon, his gaze turned cold. He had experienced Qin Baisheng's difficulty in dealing with this time. Compared to the unreasonable Shirley, this person had a nimble mind, who knew how many thoughts had gone through his mind. On the surface, he looked heroic and magnanimous, full of emotions, as if it came from his heart. This acting skill was on par with Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan being an old monster who had been reborn, he might not be able to see Qin Baisheng's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, but he can form alliances and influence the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. His methods are truly earth-shattering. He is truly capable. Unfortunately, my luck was bad in my previous life. When the blood mantis was about to appear, I met him on the way and had a huge battle. In the end, I died in that monster's hands. Fang Yuan recalled for a while, before turning around and flying in another direction. Not long after flying, he encountered a group of green ostriches. This kind of bird had a raised back, like a hunchback, its feathers were green and its body was as large as an adult's. They often flew in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of green ostriches was not small, it was a myriad beast group. Fang Yuan did not care, he continued flying forward. The green ostriches discovered Fang Yuan, this prey, and were very excited. They first screeched and quickly approached, but when they got closer, they sensed Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura and immediately dispersed in fear. All living beings had survival instincts to avoid danger, even wild beasts and birds had good eyesight, they would not foolishly court death. If it were Fang Yuan, the first time he stepped into northern plains in this life, he would have dug a hole and buried himself in it to hide when he saw the green ostriches from afar. But now, he did not even need to make a move, he directly dispersed this group of green ostriches. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's experience, my cultivation is still much higher than my peers at the same time. At this time in my previous life, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Ordinary clans are united because of their bloodline, they are extremely xenophobic. I have yet to become a lone demonic path Gu master, I joined a caravan and often fought at the front lines to earn a living. In his previous life, Fang Yuan moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and after 300 years, Fang Yuan became a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. Only a few decades had passed now, Fang Yuan had already transcended to become an immortal, even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength had reached the upper tier of rank 6. Firstly, the advantage of rebirth was extremely huge. Secondly, Fang Yuan had experienced many dangers, the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth will become greater. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes, they were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed, many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant, they could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place, many talented people gathered here, it was even the center of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead, there is no meaning to it. Brother Shah calls me Old D City Lord, hee, the name is no longer true. Guyi smiled bitterly beside him, honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of wood path resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Guyi sighed deeply, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up, I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance, you must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Guyi was injured, hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Guye's face. One side of Guye's face was swollen, it was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Brother. You have just become an immortal zombie, you do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Guyi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earth would shook violently, withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Guyi's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, "Surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you." Guyi's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. "Divine Lord Tiandu again." Boom! Another rumble of thunder. The old earth would shook violently again, its branches and leaves fell like a storm. Chapter 745. Fang Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho's disappearing figures. He retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Guyi who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, "Brother Gu. I wonder, how many times has this happened?" Guyi's sorrowful expression faded slightly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and consoled him, "Not too many times. It is just that Qin Baisheng's auction is about to be held. Some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event." Fang Yuan did not stand up for him, but Guyi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place. The sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Fang Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Guyi was even more certain, Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse. He was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression, in Guyi's eyes, was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Guyi did not suspect him. He looked at the immortal Yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal Yuan stone was the price that Shiho and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal Yuan stone in his hand. "Look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho are strong, they are wary of the zombie alliance behind us. They still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth one immortal Yuan stone?" Fang Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Guyi smiled. His smile was very bitter. It was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fang Yuan. It was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Brother Sha. You have also reached this step now. You also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie-blessed lands are dead. We cannot manage them, we cannot produce immortal essence." To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living Gu immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Guyi's words were meaningful. Pay? Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal Yuan stones. This was just the starting price. The exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal Yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal Yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money, or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Guyi spoke, he raised the immortal Yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie-blessed lands were already dead. It was hard to manage and generate income. They had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fang Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence, he could only use immortal Yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with He Cheng, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, his immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Chapter 747. The door of the discussion hall had an extraordinary origin. It was created by the predecessor who had created Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was unknown, but the method he used was truly ingenious. The door was covered in all kinds of Dao marks, some even guessed that it was an expendable immortal goo. Only Northern Plains immortal zombies could obtain the acknowledgement of this door and easily open it. If they were not Northern Plains immortals, their immortal aperture worlds would contain the heaven and earth chi of other regions, they would be sent flying the moment they touched it. If they were Northern Plains goo immortals and not immortal zombies, this door would be heavier than a mountain, they would not be able to open it no matter how hard they tried. Even though Fang Yuan grew up in southern border, after coming to Northern Plains, he had already adapted to Northern Plains environment, he had also become an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door could not obstruct him. Dark Flow Giant City had been expanded countless times in history, but this door had always been preserved. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members were very confident in this door. Hearing Huang Quan Wang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan softened. Yin Lu Gong nodded slowly. Huang Quan Wang is right, please take a seat, we can discuss this matter. Also, give Guyi a merit. He recommended a new member. According to the rules, it will be counted as 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending new members would have benefits, but after hearing this news, he immediately turned his gaze towards Guyi. Guyi felt embarrassed, it was like he was taking advantage of him. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this scene, their impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance deepened even further. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat in a circle. They were almost in a circle. Only the direction of the discussion hall's door was empty, a path was formed. The rest of the space was filled with seats. These seats were not just one row. They were divided into 3 rows from the bottom to the top. The bottom row could only accommodate rank 6 immortal zombies, it had the most people. The middle row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, there were only a few of them. The highest row was empty. There was no one, only rank 8 immortal zombies could sit here. Guyi passionately pulled Fang Yuan to his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will sitting there. He looked exactly like Guyi. With a wave of his hand, Guyi absorbed the will into his mind and immediately gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down. We don't have to attend every meeting. If we can't get away, we'll send a will to attend in place of our main bodies. Does Brother Sha have wisdom path goo worms? If you don't have one, I can give you one. Guyi asked in a low voice. Of course, Fang Yuan replied. He showed his ignorance towards Zombie Alliance, but he did not want the immortal zombies to think that he was a complete newbie. The use of wisdom path goo worms was common knowledge to goo immortals. Of course he wanted to know. Fang Yuan answered as he sat on Guyi's left. There was no one on either side of Guyi. There are so many seats. The immortal zombies were all scattered around. Although there were more than 20 of them, most of them were wills, and only a few of them were in their true bodies. Seeing that both Fang Yuan and Guyi had taken their seats, Yin Lu Gong coughed lightly and said, "All right, let's begin the discussion. First, of course, we will discuss the necessary matters." Saying, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A flash of light suddenly rose up from the center of the round space. It turned into a volcano. This volcano was a little strange, it was very short. It was like a gourd, shaking intensely and spewing out hot lava from time to time. Guyi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Guyi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note: Gu immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Gu immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu immortals and Fire Path Gu immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it: to what extent did her battle strength have to rise, to what extent did she have to break through, for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Guyi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Guyi still had the mission to protect the old Earth Wood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. This series of killer moves originates from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely Familiar Face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal goo, 2 of which are Transformation Path Immortal Goo. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for Familiar Face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Jiuge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Jiuge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet, they did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Prince's Impatience nodded. Every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Jiuge smiled proudly. Even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Prince's Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Jiuge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising, "Not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power, even rank 8 goo immortals like us do not want to block it." Feng Jiuge, you live up to your reputation, you truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Jiuge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo immortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you. Prince's Impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, "It is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise, It turned out that the great Prince's Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Prince's Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 goo immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. Chapter 751. Feng Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because of the mountain pledge, Land Spirit of Langia not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Feng Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you. Only then can you successfully unseal the coffin, otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the goo immortal captives inside. Before Feng Yuan left, Land Spirit of Langia instructed. Feng Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names, their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path goo immortals, they might have some value as references. Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path. Feng Yuan planned to let Tai Bai Yunsheng take a look at these mortal killer moves. Feng Yuan brought the 13 goo immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Feng Yuan had instructed Hu Immortal Land Spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rock men in the Blessed Land, and also brought in some fox groups. Hu Immortal's main body was an enslavement path goo immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, who immortal blessed land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast-level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fang Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of guts goo, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time, it needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator, her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have wisdom goo. He could not think of a similar method for air sac goo. He could only use guts goo to indirectly increase the Rockman scale and sell them. Fang Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated, how could it be as easy and popular as selling guts goo? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fang Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fang Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fang Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell guts goo directly, and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. Fang Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yunsheng received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu Immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunsheng was incredibly shocked. Then, he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you. It is best if He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Cheng, it is not good to travel with them now. Fang Yuan said. Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fang Yuan played with the goo worms in his hands with interest. These mortal goo were naturally Qin Bai Sheng's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fang Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Bai Sheng put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world, larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal goo to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fang Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times, there were lush green mountains, and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times, there were surging rivers, and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal goo would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fang Yuan took the goo worm in his hands, and looked at it with his mind. In this east window goo, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using immortal yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fang Yuan looked at the contents in front, and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal goo, they were of all kinds, and involved many paths. Behind these immortal goo, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal goo were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market, even during the 5 regions' chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal goo, one would need to use another immortal goo as the price. Fang Yuan's attention was focused, he soon saw some of his immortal goo listed on it. There were 4 immortal goo: rising azure cloud, worldly wave trace, calamity beckoning, and delight in water and mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal goo, one was cloud path, the other was water path. They did not match Fang Yuan's strength path. Although Tai Bai Yunxian cultivated cloud path as a secondary path, but he was a time path goo immortal, rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for calamity beckon immortal goo, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous, it was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fang Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fang Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though calamity beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell. There might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Miss this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions' chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk, he would not cower. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea? Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baisheng spoke again, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with, his attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tan Sang and sold the Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yunsheng to become even more interested in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baisheng shouted for the third time, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of sky chief clouds, going thrice, wait, 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not expect such a change, he quickly raised the price again, 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone, each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Baisheng said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of Northern Plains. This beast group was huge in scale, it should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path Gu worms, thus they were especially attractive to soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the Gu refinement material, drooping rainbow ointment. Thus, he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a Gu immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, it is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5, the crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone, you can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baisheng shouted. 23 immortal yuan stone. A strength path immortal Gu, overturning river, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of split divine water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal Gu. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold, it can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jioga's face, he had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less worries. He said in front of everyone, "What else does the seller need, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just state it." Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the goo immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea goo immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly. His fighting spirit was roused. Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Langia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Chu Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him, that was Feng Jioge. This domination immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly wave trace and delight in water and mountain immortal goo are in the hands of the goo immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the imperial court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy delight in water and mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again. If the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated northern plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point: even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo, he would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move, it was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple: if Feng Jioge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything, it would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu Du. The Goo immortals in the single rooms and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman to contact Feng Yuan. As long as the Goo immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioge said directly he was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request: he hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Feng Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Feng Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Feng Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this Strength Goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. Opposing Chu Du, neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the Goo immortals discussed. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope, that's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Feng Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Feng Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Feng Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Gu immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Feng Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other Gu immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Gu immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Feng Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.